Mike Fornwalt, left lane. Ralph Bluvelt in the right. Format, Fornwalt 31, Ralph 69. Fornwalt on the brakes gets the win. Jeff Feeler in the left lane. Miranda Serra in the right lane. Jeff 26. Miranda's 41, but Miranda breaks out by a lot. Jeff gets the win. Olivia late, 176. Bob is 23, and Bob gets the win. Paul Northrup, left lane. Greg Morano, right lane. Slight advantage going to Northrup. Northrup gets the win. Greg, I don't know who dialed the car in for him, but he dialed in a 12. He went a 42. Figure that one out. Mary Ellen Watkins, left lane. John Shavers in the right lane. Mary Ellen a little late. Shavers is good, 18. Mary Ellen gets the win, 42 on a 40. Shavers was 14 on an 08. Mary Ellen on to the next round. Oh.
You might want to make an announcement that poop trucks rolling through the pits.
Okay, very good. Okay, somebody came in here, was looking for a poop truck. Well, the truck to pick up your SHIT is in the pits. So whoever that was this morning that was looking for somebody to clean their poop out of their trailer or motorhome, the poop truck is here.
I got them all hooked up, Bob.
Oh, you hooked them up already? All right. Bobby's drunk. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, What a pleasure. John's going to take over the announcing. We don't have to listen to Bob Mulaney's bullshit. Thank God. Take it over, Johnny.
All right, here we go. Pro round one coming out. The season's winding down. 3 days of points left. Those keeping track. Mike Bryson's still in front. That's a fair lead. But 3 rounds to go. It's still going to be contested here. And speaking of the devil, first out, there he is. Mike Bryson in the far lane. Little AES-10 dialed in at 639, going up against the Terminator. Peter Biondo and the Firebird, 604 dialing. Right away, if you're chasing points, this is an interesting matchup right here. 2 very good drivers will kick this round off. Both cars bump in, here we go. Both drivers are good on the tree. We're going to take it to the top end. And it's going to be Mike Bryson picking up the win on a double breakout. Mike, 17 on the tree, goes to 37 with a 2 on the 39. Pete, 24 on the tree, 602 with a 2 on the 604. Mike, 7th out better for the win. Next up, Mike Malday in the Mustang, $716 in the far lane. Kyle Cora, that familiar 68 Dart, 629 on the board. Kyle Cora's got the advantage and picks up the win. He's 25 on the tree, goes 2 over. Mike's a little late on the tree, stays in it, breaks out by 9th out. Kyle in the round 2, Mike in the buybacks. Going to bring up Jeff Pasquarello and Nick Beeman. Pasquarello, the 96 Beretta, 554 dialing. Nick Bremen, 72 Nova, 713, and Pasquarello, bulbs, 11 red. Nick, 36 greens, good for the win, runs it out, 711 on the 713. Yeah, it's Pasquarello. I don't have yesterday's points, but Pasquarello was number 2 in points. So he was really looking forward to that win. Didn't happen. Still got 2 more days. It's going to bring up Michelle Strunk and Chris Gagne. Michelle, right lane, Biondo Racing sponsor lane, 685 dialing. Chris Gagne, left lane, Freeland Harley Davidson sponsor lane, 621. Gagne bumps it in deep, and the tree drops. Starting line advantage to Michelle, but Chris is going to pick up the win as Michelle takes a little too much stripe. She's 12 on the tree, 84 with a 5 on 85, goes 5 thou under. Chris was 24 on the tree. It's 22 with a 9 on the 21, and he's on the round 2. Continuing on, Chris Hall. Yeah, Roy Hall, 635 dialing. He's got the 3rd gen Firebird. Going up against Paul Knapp and the 84 Cutlass. 690 dialing. Roy Hall's not going to be happy with that when he goes 005, doesn't run the number, goes 640 on the 635. Paul was 29 on the tree, goes dead 1 for the win. Attention to pits, Super Pro, round 1, door cars. We're going to put you on a short standby. Super Pro, get ready. We'll be calling you in shortly. Back to our pro racers, and it's Chris Valentino, $650 in the far lane. Dom Scripinano in the near lane, $689. Valentino gets the win again. Scripinano leaves the line first. He's 006, goes 4 over. Valentino is 20 on the tree, goes 1 over. Brings up Sam Koonsman in the wheelie popper, dialing 552. Going up against Brad Givler in the Demon, 620 dialing. And Buck Drivers green. And Sam's going to get the win. He's 14 on the tree, 53 on the 52. Givler's 39 on the tree, 19 with 0 on the 20.
How many cars back there behind Hagenberger?
Now we've got Tanner Kutzeres, 80 Camaro, 591 dialing. Brandon Michaels, 2000 Camaro, 712 dialing. Brandon bumps it in deep. Yeah, away they go. And Brandon a little too quick on the tree, goes 005 red. Tanner was ready, goes 008 green. 92 with a 9 on the 91, and Tanner's moving on. Super Pro door cars. Attention to pits. Super Pro door cars will make the first call. Super Pro door cars, lanes 1 and 2. Here we go. Bob Mayhem Mulaney in the far lane, 621 dialing. Ashley Yard in the near lane, 744. Ashley, don't know what happened there. Was real red. Bob's 20 on the tree, 1 over, and Bob's in the round 2. Dave Watt, Nova into far lane, 683 dial in. Charlie Agostino in the dart in the near lane, 750 dial in. Charlie's in control, is going to pick up the win. He's 32 on the tree, goes 1 over for the win. Dave's late on the tree, 3 over, no chance. Mark Price Jr. now on the Mustang in the far lane, 591 dial in. Dave Northrup in the near lane. Another Mustang, 618 dial in. Brad Northrup turns on the win light. He goes 003 on the tree, goes 1 over for a win. Price is 19 on the tree, 1 over.
Last call for fuel shut down in 15 minutes.
Attention in the pits. Fuel will be closing in 15 minutes. If you need fuel, get it now. Fuel will be closing in 15 minutes. Again, I should have my Super Pro door cars making their way into 1 and 2. Kevin Core, far lane. Jeff Feeler, near lane. Core's going to get the win. Feeler's 53 on the tree, goes 3 over. Core's 65 on the tree, goes 1 over. He's 8 thou better and gets the win. Paul Stravinsky now in the dart in the far lane, 580 dial in. Mary Ellen Watkins in the little wagon. 843 dialing. Ball gets off the line first and gets the win. He's 29 on the tree. Goes 5 over. Mary Ellen's 53 on the tree. 5 over as well. All right, attention pits, Super Pro, Dragsters, Chet Dragon, you go to lane 7. You are the potential buy. Everybody else, 3 and 4. Bring them in. Dennis Gore in the Super B, $689. Paul Northup in the Chevelle, $664. Dennis Gore is going to get the win. He goes 006 on a tree, runs a 97 on 89. Looks like Paul might have had a little problem on the launch there. It was 48 on the tree, 88 on the 64. Neil Edinburgh, little 63 Nova in the far lane, 639 dialing. Mike Fornwall in his Camaro, 766 dialing. Mike bumpers in deep, and away we go. Neil, too quick, 34 red, hands the win over to Mike. Mike's 009, runs 1 over. Now we've got Mike Mackey. Katie Height, Mackey, 666 on the dial in. Katie, 642 on the dial in. Both cars bump in, here goes the tree, and away they go. Both drivers do their job on the line. Reaction times are tight. Katie's going to pick up the win. Katie, 007 on the tree, 45 on the 42. Mackey was 008, 70 on the 66. That's going to bring up Nicole Dunn and Terry Neiman. Nicole, 644 on the Cutlass. Terry, 640 on the Nova. Well, one good light, one not so good light. Wow. Terry Neiman is 14 on the tree. Dumps it, goes 50 on the 40. Nicole was 77 on the tree, runs 2 over, is going to get around Terry and get the win. Terry's not going to be happy with himself when he sees that slip. And this is our final pair. It's going to close out. Oh, Joe Dukin in the far lane. John Chowers in their lane. Dukin, 538 dial in. Showers, 808 dial in. So wrong, we got one more after this. Joe Dukin's going to pick up the win, 63 on the tree, 40 on the 38. John Showers was 74 on the tree, 815 on the 808 dial in. Now we're going to close out the round with the Byron. John Moreno in the 27 Ford. 1,000 at 546. Again, Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Door cars 1 and 2. Dragsters 3 and 4. Chet Dragon, lane 7. On the Byron, Moreno's 009 red. 47 on the 46 dial in. All right, we'll put a quick drag on the track and we'll get ready to bring Super out. Again, concession stand, souvenir stand is open. Need something to eat, something to drink, check out your shirts, get some Numidia swag, maybe an Italian ice, stop on over. Still have a good day of racing left. Super Pro, round one. We're going to start out with no good race here. John Northup in the far lane, 633 dialing. Going up against Sal Biondo in the near lane, 582 dialing. And Super Pro again with 3 races left. It's quite the tight battle on the top end. Still anybody's game. A lot of racers still in contention for that track championship. Drivers carefully bumping in. And those cars right where they want them on the starting line. Sal bumps in. John bumps in. Away goes the tree. And they're off. Sal Biondo is going to pick up the win. Sal's 13 on the tree. Goes dead on with a 7 for a 20 pack. I'll just say John was a little late. And there was nothing he could do about that but break out. Rob Croce and Harvey Specter now. Croce, 556 dial in. Specter, 561 dial in. Left lane goes 006 red. Right lane's going to pick a win. Croce's 15 on the tree. Runs dead on with a 4. Nice 19 package there for Rob Croce to start the day off. Going to bring up Heather Bayman in on the motorcycle. 561 dial in. Phil Pryor in the Mustang. 644 dial in. Reaction times are close. We'll take it to the top of the track, and it's going to be Phil Fryer. Phil's 14 on the tree, goes 1 over, 45 with a 1 on the 44. Heather was right there, 15 on the tree, 1 over, 62 with a 0. Phil Fryer by 3,000 going to pick up the win. Brings up Tommy Zimmerman. That good-looking Camaro of his, 532 dial in. Jeff Crush, another good-looking Camaro, 555 dial in. Both cars bump in. Here we go. Another 2 good lights at the starting line. It's going to be a double breakout going to Tommy Z. Tommy's 14 on the tree, goes 31 with a 5, breaks out by 5. Crush, 6 on the tree. Breaks out by 1, 54 to 0 on the 55. Tommy Z moving on. Crush, we'll see him in the buybacks. Emily Cornanova, 658 dial in. Dylan Biondo in the S10, 6 flat dial in. Emily turns it red by 18. Dylan is going to pick up the win. 12 green, dead on with a 2. 14 pack for Dylan on that free run. And he's on the round 2. It's going to bring up Mark Price and Jack Grader. Pricey, another one in the hunt for the points lead. Don't have yesterday's updates. He was sitting number 4 for the weekend. Bryce is dialed in 553. Jack Creator dialed in that nice looking Thunderbird 530. Nice wheels up start by Price. And he's going to turn on the win. He's 15 on the tree, goes dead on. With a 5 for a 20 pack. Creator's 25 on the tree and 1 over and can't get there. Mark Price moves on. Continues his quest for track champion. John Zula in the Nova in the far lane. 6 flat. Ray Thurston in the Barracuda. 691. Zula 18 red, Thurston 22 green, and that's a win. And he runs down 5 off. Thurston moves on. Right lane. Dodge pick 'em up. 608 dial in. One done. 67 ragtop Camaro. Another one of my favorite cars. You know I'm a Camaro guy. What can I say? 558 dial in. Give the win to Vaughn. 005 on the tree goes 2 over. Front was 23 on the tree and 1 over. Attention to pits. Motorcycle. Round 1, I'll take you to lane 7. Sam Koonsman, you have the potential buy. I will also take Test and Tune. Lane 7 behind motorcycles. Excuse me. Yeah, and fuel will be closing in about 5 minutes. So if you need fuel, you better bet there now. And at the line, I've got Randy Shiley and Todd Shupp. Randy, 537 dialing on the Camaro. Shupp, 619 on the 55 Chevy. Todd's in control, but he's not going to get the win as Randy's going to get around him. Todd's 11 on the tree, goes to 21 to 2 on the 19. Randy's 25 on the tree, a little behind him, goes dead on with a 7 and gets the win. Brings up Brad Northrup and Brian Source. Northrup, 583 dial in. Source, 558 dial in. I said, I'm not sure yesterday. I know Source was the points leader. I'm not sure if he still is today, but he's definitely going to want to try to go rounds.
Switch over too, sure. All right, see you guys later. Hey, good luck, bud. Bring it home.
Drivers are in and away. Brian Source gets the win. He goes 004 on the tree, 99 with a 1 on, 59 with a 1 on the 58. Brad, 13 on the tree, dead on with a 9. Brian with that starline advantage ends up 7th out better for the win. Mike Canova in the 56 Chevy, 617 dial in. Mark Ernest, 63 Corvette Roadster, 554 dial in. And both cars go red. Mark's less red. He's going to get the win. Canova was 4 red. Mark was 2 red. Mark wins. Todd Bartman, little 66 Plymouth Valiant, 589 dial in. Brandon Acker, little 66 Nova, 591 dial in. 200 different on the dial, and so it's going to look like a tree almost drops at the same time. You're not going to see the difference. And away they go. Todd 005 red, Brandon 25 green, and that's a win. And now we're going to start finishing up on the door cards and move over with the dragster. So with this combination, we're going to have Vince Schroeder in the dragster in the far lane, 452 dial in. Brian Hoover in the near lane in the Camaro, 617 dial in. Motorcycles, once again, I need my motorcycles, the lane 7, and any test and tune behind the motorcycles in lane 7.
Top end, what do you?
All right, looks like we got a little something on the top end of the track. We're going to go on break and check the track. We'll be back to racing shortly. Again, while we're waiting, concession stand, souvenir stands over. Get yourself something to eat, something to drink, a little snack, some Numidia wear, whatever you need. Stop by. As we continue our day of racing, hopefully this will be a quick cleanup. We'll be back to it shortly. All right, so it is confirmed. Looks like we do have some fluids down up there. We'll get the safety team on and get it cleaned up and ready to go. So we'll be a few minutes.
All right, so in case you couldn't tell by the sound of the engines, we're getting ready to go here. If you're in the lanes, you need to suit up, get in your car, suit up. Super Pro cars, suit them up. Should have all of our motorcycles over there, street buybacks. We're going to put out a first call for street buybacks to lanes 1 and 2. We'll take street eliminator buybacks, lanes 1 and 2. Once again, we need street buybacks to 1 and 2. We'll take pro buybacks 5 and 6, street and pro buybacks. Street buybacks 1 and 2, pro buybacks 5 and 6. Okay, just a pair and a single here in Super Pro. We've made the call for street buybacks. This is your final call. Street buybacks, final call. Pro buybacks, you should be gathering in 5 and 6. Pro buybacks, 5 and 6.
Hey, don't forget, next week on Sunday, we'll be giving the Wallies. Saturday, we're going to do the King of the Track. Nice trophy. And on Sunday, we're doing the Wally race. So, anybody likes to try to win those trophies, next Sunday's the Wally race. Next Saturday is the King of the Track race. Couple of nice trophies. I wish everybody luck. And look at this. Talk about luck. Sam Kuzman got to win. That's amazing. Anyway, next weekend, Wally race on Sunday, Saturday, King of the Track race. That's his name. Alan Sutton may be telling the truth now. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I know your game. I know your game.
He knows the game. I don't go crazy.
That's why. Somebody knocked your plug out.
Oh.
Don't touch it now. I fixed it.
It wasn't
Back
me.
it up.
It wasn't
Back
me.
it up. I think we lost a couple of your documents here.
Oh my God. Give a big shout out to Bobby Winkler.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, Bobby. Do I really got to work today? Oh. Now it's printing.
Now, I think we might have missed the first one, though. Invoice
That's all right.
62.
All right, so I'm pretty sure Street and Pro buyback should be in the lanes. I think that's where we are. I think Street and Pro buyback should be in the lanes.
All right, attention in the pits. Super Pro buybacks. You can bring it up. We'll take door cars to 1 and 2, dragsters 3 and 4. Super Pro buybacks. So one more time, we need Super Pro buybacks, door car buybacks in 1 and 2, dragster buybacks 3 and 4.
Alright, that ends Saskatoon, and now it's time for the buyback round. Kicking off with street buybacks. Alright, here we go. Street buybacks. Alex Knoble, Mustang in the far lane, 746. Ralph, I'm going to mess this name up. Below that, possibly, in the 2003 Corvette in near lane, 854 dialing. And Ralph's a little too quick, goes 33 red. He's done for the day. Alex is back in. Alex with a stellar 98 light. He's going to pick up the win. And the buy run for street. Miranda Sarah dials it in at 944. On the buy round, Miranda's 41 on the tree. See how well she's got the card dialed in? 48 on the 44. Pro buybacks. Jeff Pasquarello in the far lane. Beretta, 554 dial in. Paul Northrup, Chevelle in the near lane. 668 dial in. Two good drivers here had the misfortune out turning the wind light on in round one. Going to try to get back in right now. One of these drivers just went trip zip, and it was Pasquarello. 55 on the 54. Paul was a little late on the tree, and there was nothing he could do about it. JP's moving on, and unfortunately for Paul Northrup, his day of pro is over. I'll bring up Dave Watt and Tom Scriffinano. Dave's dialed 684. Tom 691. Give the win to Tom. 31 on the tree, 96 on 91. Dave was 64 on the tree, 86 on 84. Neil Edinburger now in the Nova. 638 dialing, going up against Brandon Michaels in the Camaro with a 712 dialing. Brandon has the tree but gives up the stripe. He's 15 on the tree. Neil was 52 on the tree. Neil runs dead on with a 4. Is going to get the win as Brandon lets him goes by. Goes 717 on the 712. I'll bring up Mark Price Jr. and Brad Givler. Mark Price, 592 dial in. Brad, 619 dial in. Both cars are green. Price is going to turn on the wind light. 004, 95. 94 with a 5 on the 92. Giller's 23 on the tree. 21 with a 1 on the 19. Mark's back in. A good race here. Going to be Peter Biondo and Terry Neiman. Peter dialed in 603. Terry dialed in 640. Fairly close on the hit, and it's going to go to Terry. Terry's 26 on the tree, goes a 41 on the 40. Peter's 30 on the tree. 604 with a 0. Terry gets there by 3 thou. And the buy run to close out buyback's going to be Roy Hall, dialed it in at 634. Roy Bulb's 004 red, doesn't matter. He's moving on. Runs 2 over. All right, we'll do a little quick track prep here and get ready for Super Pro buybacks. And again, while we have a minute here, while we're prepping the track, a reminder to check the website. We will be setting up the schedule for next weekend. Looks like we have the Wally race and the King of the Track. I'm not sure which one we're running each day yet. I know that's always an event everybody likes. We'll do that as we wrap up our 2023 point season. And we'll move into the Memorial Day race. I'm sorry. Did that already. Labor Day race. Get ready for bracket finals, and then move into our money races to end the season. So still got some racing here in Numidia. Some nice weather this weekend. Hope everyone's enjoying themselves. Appreciate everyone coming out. As we sit here and continue to see who's going to be track champions in our various classes. Attention to pits, street eliminator, sportsman eliminator. Call yourselves what you want, but it's time for round 2. Augustine, you have the potential bye. We'll take you to lane 7. We'll take everybody else to 1 and 2. Street eliminator, 1 and 2. Again, Augustine, lane 7 with the potential bye.
Street coming to 1 and 2, 10:30.
That's Brooke Critchen and Farlane in the Dodge pickup, dials in 607, and Harvey Specter in the Cutlass in the near lane, 561 dialing. Both cars away. Harvey's going to pick up the win. 005, 64 on the 61. Brooke was 39 on the tree. 611 on the 607. John Northrup and Emily Core. Northrup, 636. Core, 660. Two green lights. And John's going to turn on the win. He's 28 on tree, goes 38 on the 36. Emily's a little late on tree, goes dead on. But can't make up the difference on that starting line. John Northrup, moving on. John Zula and Jack Grader. Zula in the Nova, 599 dialing. Grader in the Thunderbird, 531 dialing. John Zula gets the win. He's 12 on the tree, goes 6 flat with a 5 on the 99. Graders 27 on the tree, 32 and 8 on the 31. Matt Bonacore now. Starting his burnout. 493 dialing. At least his burnout starts backing up, and that means Brian Hoover's going to do his in the door car. Brings the 68 Camaro up to the line. Dialed in at 619. Matt slowly bringing his car into the beams. Slowly bringing him into the beams. And he's in. Matt bumps in. Brian turns the bulb on. Matt's in. Here we go. Near identical reaction times, and at the stripe, it's going to be Brian Hoover. Matt, 009 on tree, goes 3 over. 96 on 93. Brian's 10 on the tree, goes 2 over. 21 with a 1 on the 19 for the win. That's going to bring up Rob Bennett and Kenny Crown. Bennett in the Biondo lane, the right lane, 478 dial in. Kenny Crown, the Vreeland sponsored lane, the left lane, 494 dial in. Who's going to bump in first? Yep. Looks like Rob's in. Kenny's in. They're off. Neither driver stellar on the tree. Bennett's going to turn on the wind light. It's 29 on the tree, goes 79 on the 78. Kenny was 34 on the tree and breaks out by 4th thou. 93 with a 6 on the 94. And that ends Kenny's day. John Cooper and Nino Reginello. Coop, $481. Nino, $472. Nino's got the starting line advantage. He's going to turn in the wind. He's 12 on the tree, goes 74 on the 72. Coop was a little late and breaks out, tries to stay out in front. And that's going to bring up the buy run. Close out the Super Pro buybacks. And that familiar Camaro, Jeff Krasinski. The 139 Tribute dial-in. And on the buy run, Crusher's 18 on the tree. 554 with a 9. Again, I should have my street cars in. And I think I'll make my first call for Pro Round 2. Pro Eliminator Round 2. Lanes 5 and 6. Bad Brad Northrup, lane 7. You have the potential buy for this round. And everybody else, once again, lanes 5 and 6. Bring them down. Here we go, Alex Knoble in the Mustang, 748 dial-in. Brandy Zimmerman in the Monte Carlo, 776 dial-in. Brandy's going to bump it in deep. She'll go and set 2 beams. And roll it in a little bit more so she turns that pre-stage bulb off. Just a little bit more. They're both going deep. Aha. Brandy's going to get the win on the double breakout. Alex was 24 on the tree, goes to 46 with a 2 on the 48. Brandy's $76 goes to 74 with a 9. Miranda Sarah and Paul Northrup. Miranda, 952 dial in. Paul, 745 dial in. And near identical reaction times. Paul's going to take the win. Paul's 49 on the tree. Miranda was 50. Paul goes 47 with a 4 on the 45. Miranda goes 960 on the 952 dial-in. Going to bring up Bob Treachman in the vet, 744 dial-in. Mike Fornwall in the Camaro. 767 dial in. Bet's got a little bit of a lead on the starting line, but he's not going to get the win. He's 17 on a tree, goes 5 over, 49 on the 44. Cornwall's 23 on the tree, 500 behind, but goes to 69 on the 67 for the win. Now we got Mary Ellen Watkins and Jeff Beeler. Mary Ellen, Chevy Wagon, 845. Jeff Beeler, Plymouth Duster, 742. Again, neither driver stellar on the tree. Double breakout win goes to Jeff. 41 with a 1 on the 42. Mary Ellen goes 40 with a 7 on the 45. And the buy run, close out this round, Charles Agostine, 750 dialing. And again, my pro cars, they should be coming into 5 and 6. And then we have some street cars doubled up here in pros. We'll wait for them to come back around, but we need everybody else in lanes right now. On the buy run, Charlie goes 57 on reaction time. 2,000 wonder.
Yes. Final call for Pro to 5 and 6. Final call for Pro. Super Pro door cars, you should be getting ready.
Pro Eliminator, round 2. Sam Kunzman in the Kawasaki, 553 dial in. Kevin Gordon in the Dodge, 629 dial in.
clear for him when he comes to his top.
Drivers bump in. Here comes the tree. And they're off. Kyle Kors going to pick up the win. He's 12 on the tree. Goes 30 with a 5 on a 29. Kuzma's 22 on the tree. Goes dead 7. That starting line advantage is going to let Kevin Core get there by 2 thou and move on to round 3. Brings up Chris Valentino and Tom Scripinato. Valentino in the vet. It's not a vet, it's Camaro. 650 dial in. Scripinato in the S10. And yes, that's an S10. 691 dial in. Valentino's going to get the win. 16 on the tree, 53 on the 50. Scripinato's 29 on the tree, 93 on the 91. Chris Valentino, 6 thou better, moves on to the next round. All right, we got a little breaking action here, a quick little cleanup, and we'll be back to racing. Super Pro, we're putting you on a short standby. We'll be calling you down soon. Yeah, in Super Pro, you're on a standby. We're going to bring everybody in at one time. Tommy Zimmerman, you will be the potential buy. Again, you're on Super Pro. You're on a short standby. Okay, starting line's cleaned up. We're back to racing. Mark Price in the far lane, 593 dialing. Chris Gagne in the near lane, 623 dialing. Chris knocks out the top bulb, he's ready to go. Junior bumps it in, he's ready to go. And Junior just misses. 005 red, Gagne. 008 green, that's a win. It runs dead on 1. 9th out back for Gagne, he was ready. And he's on the round 3. Neil Edinburger, 638 dial in. Nick Beeman, 712 dial in. Battle of the Novas. One from the 60s, one from the 70s. And one good light and one not so good light. And Neil Edinburgh with the good light's going to get the win. He goes 18 on a tree, goes a 44 on a 38, 6 over and gets the win. And that's because Nick just missed the tree. Runs a 15 on a 12, but still behind. Kevin Core and Paul Knapp. Core 703. Cap 690. And Paul's a little too quick. 002 red's going to hand the win over to Kevin Core. Kevin 32 on the tree, runs it down, dead on with a 3. Now we've got JP, Jeff Pasquarello dialed in at 553, and Terry Neiman dialed in at 640. And this time it's Jeff 007 red. Neiman's 18 green's going to pick up the win. Jeff sees the red light, clicks it off early, saves the parts. He's going to coast through. Neiman was 3 over. And again, Jeff just coasting through. Gary moving into round 3. And he's back. Bob Bayham Mulaney in the Nova, 622 dial in. Charlie Augustine, the Dart, 750 dial in. 2 good lights. Let's see what happens on the top end. And it's going to be Mulaney with the win. Augustine's 005 on the tree, breaks out by 3, 47 on the 50. Mayhem's 10 on the tree, goes 1 over, 23 to 6 on the 22. Attention in the pits. I'm going to make my call now for my Super Pro. Door cars 1 and 2, dragsters 3 and 4, Zimmerman, lane 7. Bring them down. Super Pro, round 3 to the lanes. Paul Stravinsky and Tuna Katera. And it's going to be Stravinsky. 73 on the tree, goes an 81 with a 9. Tanner was 63 on the tree, goes 99 on the 94. Had a little advantage on the starting line, but gave up the stripe. Now we've got Nicole Duncan in the Cutlass, 645, and Roy Hall in the Firebird, 636. Nicole's going to get the win. 62 on the tree, 1 over. Hall misses the tree and breaks out by 1. Mike Bryson and Katie Haight. Both the green. Bryson's going to pick up the win. Katie's 22 on the tree, runs a 45 on the 42. Mike was 27 on the tree, 40 on the 39 for the win. And that's going to bring up our, nope, it's not our final pair. John Moreno and Dennis Gore. Moreno, 547 dialing. Gore, 690 dialing. John Moreno is going to pick up the win, and Kevin Core is not, or Dennis Core is not going to be happy with himself. Dennis was 003 on a tree. He gives up the stripe going 94 on the 90. John was 15 on the tree. 49 on the 47 is going to get the win. Dennis just scrubbed a little too much on that one. Joe Dukin and Mike Fornwall. Dukin, 538. Fornwall, 767. Give the win to Joe Dukin. It's 10 on the tree, dead on an 18 pack. Fornwall was 28 and basically done right there. All right, attention to pits, concession stand, souvenir stand. We'll be closing, what do you say? In 1 hour. So if you need something to eat, something to drink, anything else, stop down there. Right now, you've got 1 hour. Closing out this round of pro with the buy run, Brad Northrup, 618 dialing. Brad, 10 on the tree. See how he's going to do? 1 under, 617 on the 618. That concludes that round. Again, we wait for our Super Pro to collect in the lanes for round number 2. Super Pro, round 2. John Zola in the far lane, $5.99 dial in. Sal Biondo in the near lane, $5.82 dial in. Near identical reaction times, we'll take it to the top end, and it's going to be Sal Biondo. Sal, 20 on the tree, goes dead 4. John was 22 on the tree, breaks out by 7th down, 98 with a 3 on the 99. Now we've got Rob Croce and Phil Fryer. Phil Fryer's going to pick up the win, 34 on the tree, goes 45 with a 5 on the 45. Croce's 27 on the tree, 57 with a 7 on the 56. Fryer, 5 down better, gets the win. Randy Shiley in the Camaro, 538 dial in. Ray Thurston in the Barracuda, 692 dial in. Both cars agreed. Charlie's got a little bit of advantage. He's going to pick up the win on a double breakout. Randy was 16 on the tree, goes 37 with a 1 on the 38, breaks out by 9th down. Ray's 27 on the tree, goes a 690 with a 0 on the 692 dial in to break out by 200.
When was the last?
Mark Price, Mark Denenbaum. Denenbaum with the win, 21 on the tree, goes 55 on the 54. Pricey's 25 on the tree, 54 and 8 on the 54. Close race there. Denenbaum 2,000 better for the win. Our respect, Erden Cutlass, 561 dial in. Brandon Acker in the Nova, 592 dial in. Okay, let's see who's going to bump in first. Harvey or Brandon? Looks like it's going to be Brandon. Brandon bumps in. Harvey bumps in. Here we go. Harvey, 006 red. Brandon, 15 green, and that's a win. Brandon runs 1 over. Moves in round 3. Jeff Krasinski in the Farlane, 555 dial in, and I stand corrected. That's not Brian, that is Lorelei Hoover in the Camaro. Dialed in at 621. Again, close reaction times, and at the top end, it's going to be Jeff Krasinski. Jeff's 25 on the tree, goes dead on with a 6, 31 pack. Lorelei's 29 on the tree, goes 23 on the 21. One done. In the far lane, 559 dial in. Dylan Biondo in the near lane, 601 dial in. I will take motorcycle round 2, lane 7, and any test and tune behind motorcycle in lane 7. And street, you're on standby, and you will be on a ladder. Slight starting line advantage. Going to go Dylan Biondo, and it's enough to turn that wind light on. He goes 19 on tree, 2 over. Bombs 26 on the tree and breaks out by 5 thou. 58 with 5 on the 59. Dylan in the round 3. John Northrop and Brian Source. Northrop 633 dial in. Source 558 dial in. Identical reaction times. And John Northrop's going to get the win light. John's double weight on the tree, goes 33 with a 6. On the 33 for 14. Brian was 10 on the tree. Goes a 93 on the 593 on the 598. 9th out behind. Jay Rolston in the Bone Dragster. 439 dial in. Cody Hoover in his Dragster. 494 dial in. Jay Rolston's going to pick up the wins. Cody breaks out. Cody's 12 on the tree, goes 93 with a 3 on the 94. Rolston was 15 on the tree, 40 with a 5 on the 39. Brian Recolaitis and Billy Boyko. Brian, 467 dial in. Billy, 483 dial in. Good lights here, and Brian Recolite is going to get the win. Brian's 004, dead on with a 0 for a 4-pack. Billy was 005. It was 83 with a 495 for a 9-pack. 2 great races there. Brian moves on. Attention to pit, street eliminator, round 3 will bring you to the lanes. Mike Fornwalt, you have the bye. Paul Northrup, you have lane choice over Charles Agostino. And Brandy Zimmerman, you have lane choice over Jay Feeler. They're your pairings. Street, round 3, bring them in. Back to Super Pro Eliminations. Chet Dragon in the far lane, $628. Heather Boyko in their lane, $473. And Heather misses the tree, 009 red. Chet, 16 green, gets the win, runs it out, goes 2 under, and Chet's moving on.
You got 3 motorcycles. Coast your buy. The girl bike has lane choice in there.
Vince Schroeder and Nino Reginello. Schroeder, $453. Reginello, $473. Double breakout win goes to Reginello. Nino's 72 of the 6 on the 73. Breaking out by 4. Vince, 52 of 0 on the 53. Breaking out by Hun. Rob Bennett in the far lane, $478 dial in. Going against Dalton Rolls, dialed in at $438. Again, I should have my motorcycles in the lanes. I should have my street coming in the lanes 1 and 2 as well.
Street, you got Formal on the buy. Northrop over Augustine. Zimmerman over Keeler. Northrop over Augustine. Zimmerman over Keeler.
And Pro will put you on standby. You got a few minutes. But be ready. Dalton Rolls got start line advantage, takes the win. Dalton's 009 on the tree, goes through 38 with a 7 on 38. Bennett was 24 and breaks out.
And it wasn't even supposed to work out that way.
Motorcycles, semifinals. Heather Bammon in the far lane, 562. Don Hookway in the near lane, 594. Hookway's got the advantage on the start line, turns in the wind, goes 15 on the tree, goes 95 on the 94. Heather was 32 on the tree, goes to 62 on the 62. Hookway's going to win the final and pair off with Sam Gunsman, who's on the bye run with a 5:53 dial in. All right, I should have my street lanes. I'm going to make my first call for Pro. Gonyard, lane 7, potential buy. Everybody else, 3 and 4. Pro cars, bring them in. Now on the buy run, Kunzman goes 006 red. Doesn't matter. He's in the final. Again, street should be a 1 and 2. Pro, you should be making your way into 3 and 4. Gonyard, lane 7 with the potential buy. Correction, Pro, we're going to move you over into 5 and 6. Pro cars, 5 and 6. My mistake. Pro cars, 5 and 6.
All right, so once again, Pro, you can make your way to 5 and 6. Chris Gagne, lane 7. We'll take Pro to 5 and 6. Chris Gagne, lane 7. Okay, just finishing up quarterfinal round of street. Gonna put some glue down and drag the track and then get into pro. We'll make the final call for pro to 5 and 6. Final call for pro cars to 5 and 6. If you're in the lanes, you can hang tight. We will be spraying and dragging, so you don't have to get suited up just yet. attention in the pits. First call for Super Pro. Take door cars and dragsters. Door cars 1 and 2, dragsters 3 and 4. Car 1021, Reclitus. You can go to lane 7. Potential buy run will take Super Pro round 3 to the lanes. Once again, we need round 3 Super Pro to the lanes, door cars, and dragsters. Say Super Pro round 3, all yous.
All right, back on the mic here, and we're going to just about close out Pro. And Super should be coming in. And back with Pro. Kevin Core, 701 dial in. Joe Dukin, 537 dial in. Bulbs are lit. Here we go. Kevin Core is going to get the win as Joe Dukin misses the tree. Kevin was 18 on the tree. Goes 4 over. Joe was 2 over, but late on the tree. And that ends his day. And Chris Gunner with the buy dials in at 623. On the buy run, Chris was 30 on the tree. 22 with a 3 on the 23. And again, you've got about 10 minutes left to get into that concession stand. Get yourself some munchies. Get yourself some drinks. Get yourself some snacks. Get what you need before it closes. I should have all my Super Pro cars in the lanes. I'm going to make my first call. Motorcycle final, lane 7. And test the tune behind motorcycles. Super Pro, Door Cars, Randy Shiley, 4 lane, 537, Mark Denenbaum in the near lane, trip 5s. And Randy goes 005 red. Denenbaum's 32 green. That's good for the win. Runs dead on with a 1. Tommy Zimmerman, 532 dial in. Phil Fryer, 645 dial in. Phil bumps in. Tommy bumps in. And they're off. We're coming up quick. It's going to turn on the wind light. Tommy's 12 on the tree, goes 34 on the 32. Phil was 36 on the tree, goes dead on with a 1. Had the car dialed in nice, just a little late on the tree. Tommy on the round 4. Jeff Kaczynski. Another set of 5s. 555 dialing. Going up against Sal Biondo with a 583 dial in. Close reaction time, so at the stripe it's going to be Crushy as Sal breaks out. Sal actually had a little starting line advantage. He was 14, Crush was 16. Sal breaks out by 1,000, 82 with a 9 on the 83. Crush 555 with a 3 on the 555. It's going to give John Northrup and Brandon Acker coming up now. Northrup 633. Acker 593. Both cars are green. And Acker's going to get the win. He's 16 on the tree, goes dead on with a 9. Northrop was 23 on the tree. Again, breaks out by 1,000. Street semifinals. We'll take you to the lanes. We'll pair you up when you get here. 3 left. Street semifinals. Lanes 1 and 2. Chet Dragon and Dylan Biondo. Chet in the little 32 Bantam dials in at 627. Brandon in the S10 dialed in at 602.
Street coming to 1 and 2. The red dust judged by F156. Form 1 has lane choice over Augustine.
All right, both drivers did the job on the tree. We're going to take to the top end, and this is going to be Dylan Biondo. Dylan 13 on the tree, goes dead on with an 821 pack. Chet was 15 on the tree, goes 28 with a 2 on the 27. Now moving into the dragsters, Jay Rolston and Dalton Rolls. Probably be our fastest pair down the track today. Rolston dialed 440, Rolls dialed in at 438. A 200 difference. Both drivers sitting in the pre-stage beams. We're going to see who's going to move in first here. Rolston bumps in. Rolls bumps in. Here we go. Rolston's got a start line advantage, but takes a little too much strike. Dalton Rolls is going to pick up the win. Jay was 15 on the tree, goes 39 with an 8 on the 40. Rolston's 21 on the tree, goes dead on with an 8 for the win. And our final pair to wrap up Super Pro, Brian Recolitis in the far lane, 466. Nino Reginello in the near lane, 471. Slight sideline advantage going to Brian Recolitis. He's going to turn in the win. He's 005, goes 66 with a 9 on the 66. Nino was 11 on the tree, goes to 72 and 8 on the 71. Pro Eliminator, we're not calling you in. I'm just giving you a heads up. This round you'll be going a ladder. Core, lane choice over Neiman. Mulaney, lane choice over Dukin. Gagne, lane choice over Valentino. Stravinsky with the bye. Those will be your pairings for round 4 when we call you in. Right now you're on standby. And right now, it's the motorcycle final. Sam Kunzman in the far lane, 552 dial in. Don Hockway in the near lane, 594 dial in. Hookway's going to get the win as Sam Kunzman goes way red. Kunzman 61 red. Hookway 74 green. And that's good enough to win today's motorcycle. Next up will be our street semifinals. And I'll make my first call for pro. Again, 7 left on the ladder. Core over Neiman. Mulaney over Dukin. Gagne over Valentino. And Stravinsky with the bye. Pro, round 4. Bring them down. Lanes 3 and 4. And this right now is our street semifinals. Charles Agostino in the far lane, 749 dial in. Mike Cornwall in the near lane, 769 dial in. Mike Fornwell picks up the win. 17 on the tree, goes to 73 on the 69. Agostino misses the tree. Runs a number. Was too far behind. Mike into another final. He's going to face off against John Peeler, who's on the Byron with a 741 dial in. On the buy run, Jeff's 10 on the tree. See how he does on that 41 dial in? 40 with a 3, 7 under. That concludes our semifinals for street. Next up will be pro round 4. All right, should have my pro cards gathering in the lanes now. Super Pro, I'm not calling you in. You're on standby, but you're on the ladder, and I'll give you the pairings while we're waiting. Dylan Biondo will have lane choice over Dalton Rolls. Tommy Zimmerman, you'll have lane choice over Mark Denenbaum. Krasinski, lane choice over Acker. And Recolytus with the bye. 7 left. Super Pro, though your pairings, and you're on standby. round 4, 7 left. First pair out, Bob Mayhem Mullaney, 624 dialing. Going up against Nicole Dukin, 645 dialing. One good light, one not so good light. Mayhem's going to get the win. Bob's 26 on the tree, 24 dead zero, 26 pack. Nicole misses the tree and breaks out by a ton trying to get out in front. Chris Valentino, 651 dial in. Chris Gunner, 622 dial in. Valentino, 19 red. Gunner, 32 green, and that's a win. Next pair, Kevin Kors, 703 dial in. Darren Neiman, 642 dial in. Gary's in control of this one. He's going to get the win on a double breakout. Terry was 23 on the tree, runs a 40 with a 5 on the 42 dialing. Kevin was 41 on the tree. Runs a 7 flat with a 5 on the 703 dialing. And the buy run, close out this round, Paul Stravinsky, 581 dial in. On the buy run, Paul's 35 red. Runs it out, 79 with a 4 on the 81.
What's up?
All right, we'll put a little quick prep on the track, and while we're doing that, we'll make the first call for Super Pro to the lanes. Where'd my ladder go? Again, no Super Pro pairings. Biondo over Rolls. Zimmerman over Denenbaum. Krasinski over Acker. And Recolitis with the bye. 7 left. Super Pro, round 4. To the lanes, please. All right, looks like we're missing one super. I'm sure Tommy will be down soon. And I will make my first call for street final, lanes 1 and 2. Bro, you've got a little bit of time yet, but I'll give you your pairings just so you're aware. It'll be Neiman with lane choice over Stravinsky, and Mulaney with lane choice over Gunner. I'll make a last call if there's any test and tune out there. Test and tune lane 7. Super Pro quarterfinals, starting out with the door card. Brendan Acker in the far lane, $5.93 Jeff Krasinski in their lane, $5.54 Both cars are green. Brandon's got some tree advantage. Going to get the win. He goes 005 on the tree, 93 with a 1 for a 6-pack. Krasinski's 22 on the tree and breaks out by 5. Nice pass there by Brandon Acker. 6th-out package. Tommy Zimmerman and Mark Denenbaum. Zimmerman, $5.33 dial in. Denenbaum sticking with them trip 5s on the board. Once again, I need my street final to 1 and 2. Super Pro semifinal, or Pro semifinal, you're on standby. Tommy Zimmerman's going to earn the win on a double breakout. He was 15 on a tree, Denenbaum was 25. Zimmerman breaks out by a 3 thou. Zimmerman breaks out by, Denenbaum breaks out by a ton, 53 with a 2 on the 55. Dalton Rolls and Dylan Biondo. Rolls, far lane. Lost his lane, goes 437. Dylan in their lane, 601 dialing. Dalton's been running left lane, both drivers have, but Dylan had lane choice. He kicks Dalton over. Oh, good race here. Dylan's going to pick up the win. Trip zip. The perfect light. 602.0 on the 601. Dalton was 007. Breaks out. And the buy run to close out this round. Brian Recolaitis with a 468 dial in. Yeah, on the buy run, Brian's going to bump it in. There he goes. It's 38 on the tree. 67 with a 3 on the 68. And that concludes round 4 of Super Pro. Next up will be our street final. All right, attention to the pits. Pro Eliminator, round 5. We'll make the first call. Again, Neiman, lane choice over Stravinsky. Mulaney, lane choice over Gagne. Street final, Mike Cornwall in the far lane, 769 dialing. Jeff Beeler in the near lane, 741 dialing. Cornwall about unstoppable in the street this year. He's got quite the commanding lead. And looks like after this round, it's not going to change as Mike is 39 on the tree. Taps the brakes, goes 70 with a 5 on the 69. Jeff missed the tree. Can't get there and breaks out. So congratulations, Mike Cornwall, today's Street Eliminator winner. Super Pro, round 5. We know you just ran. We'll give you a few minutes. I'll just give you the pairings while it's quiet. Biondo will have lane choice over Recolitis. And Acker will have lane choice over Zimmerman. Those will be our semifinal pairings. Again, guys, you got a few minutes. Not rushing you right now. Just giving you your pairings. Thank you. Pro semifinals coming out of the water box. Paul Stravinsky in the 73 Dart Sport. 581 dial in. Terry Neiman in the 68 Chevy Nova 640 dial in. Stravinsky 548 cubic inches of Mopar power. Neiman 355 cubic inches of Chevy small block. Both cars agreed at the stripe. It's going to be Neiman. 34 on the tree goes dead zero for the win. Stravinsky's a little late on the tree, 59, and breaks out by 5 thou. 80 with a 5 on 81. So Terry Neiman into the final, and we're going to find out who he faces here. Is it going to be Bob Mayhem Mullaney or Chris Gagne? Mullaney, 623 dial in. Gagne, 622 dial in. 100 difference. Near heads-up race here. Let's see what happens. As they bump in, and here we go. Oof. Mullaney's in a lot of trouble. Gagne, 001 on the tree, goes 1 over. Mullaney, 22 on the tree, goes 1 under and breaks out. So that sets our final for Pro. All right, attention in pits. It's time for Super Pro round 5. Bring them down again. Beyond over Recolytis and Acker over Zimmerman. 4 left. Bring them down, guys. All right, here we go. Super Pro, round 5. 3-door cars and a dragster. And we're going to start out with Brandon Acker with the Nova in the far lane. 593 dial in. And Tommy Zimmerman is bumped over to the left lane, dials in at 532. Both cars bump in, the tree drops, and here we go. Double breakout win goes to Tommy Zimmerman. He moves into the final. Tommy's 13 on a tree, goes 31 with a 4 on the 32. Acker was 22 on a tree, 91 with a 9 on the 93. Tommy breaks out by less, and he's into the final. And we're going to see who he's going to face. Brian Recolitis in the dragster, or Dylan Biondo in the S10. Recolitis, 465 dial in. Biondo, 601 dial in. Burnout's complete. They start moving them up. Dylan sets top bulb, waits for Brian. Brian's on the top bulb. Dylan bumps in. Brian bumps in, and here we go. Wow, 2 good lights. It's going to be a good race at the stripe. It's going to be Brian Recolitis. Dylan's 004 on the tree. Breaks out by 3 thou. 6 flat with a 7 on the 601. Brian's 005 on the tree. 66 with 9 on the 65. So that's going to set up our super final. Pro final, we're going to put you on a very short standby. Gone your lane choice over Neiman. Right now, little old school testing tune here as we've got the Hemi Hunter. I'm going to make another time run here. A nostalgia dragster from the past, the Chevy powered top fuel car. Got it rebuilt, put together down here doing some shakedown passes with it. Going to get it licensed, get back on the circuit with it. Very cool car. Coming out momentarily.
Pro final, you can go ahead and pull it to the lanes. We'll take the pro final to the staging lanes.
All right, so a little fun here, the Hemi Hunter. Nostalgia. Top fuel dragster. When everybody else was running the Mopar Hemis, this was a Chevy Big Block.
Attention in the pits. We'll take the Super Pro Final to the staging lane. Super Pro Final, you can bring it up. Super Pro Final. Just a little quick drag on the track before we get into the Pro Final. We've made the call for Super Pro Final. Super Pro Final, bring it up. We'll get the Hemi Hunter towed off. Get underway with Pro.
Pro Eliminator. Final round. In the right lane, beyond the racing sponsor lane, Terry Neiman in the Nova, 640 dialing. Left lane, Breland's Harley Davidson sponsor lane, Chris Gagne. In the pickup, 622 dialing. Chris is in. Terry's in. Here we go. Tree drops. They're off. Close reaction times. Let's going to see who's going to win this one. Chris Garner's going to get the win. He's 21 on the tree, 24 with a 2 on the 22. Terry's 25 on the tree, 41 with a 9 on the 40. Chris Garner, 1 thou better for the win. So congratulations, Chris Garner, today's pro winner. And that leaves us with one more race to go, and that'll be our Super Pro final. And they're in the lanes getting ready right now. The final race of the day coming out. Brian Recolaitis in the dragster. 466 dial in. Tommy Zimmerman in the near lane in the Camaro.
Yes, sir.
531 dial in. Drivers roll into this pre-stage. Tommy bumps in. Brian bumps in. Here goes the tree. And they're off. At the stripe, it's going to be Brian Recolaitis with the win. Brian, 33 on the tree, goes dead on with a 4 for the win. Zimmerman's 44 on the tree. Breaks out by 8 thou. So congratulations to Brian Recolaitis, today's Super Pro winner. We thank all our winners, all our contestants for coming out. for our Summit Points race. Give everyone a safe trip home. Have a good week. And we'll see you all again next weekend when we wrap up the Summit Point Series for 2023 as far as racing goes, which will leave us only with our September bracket finals. But again, we thank everyone for coming out. We congratulate our winners. And have a good night. Take it away, Frankie.
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes